Hi everybody, how you all doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. I slept way too late, and so my day is all kind of in weird positions. So today we are going to be working back in Unreal Engine, working on the Javelin. Eventually, I have actually gotten to the point in Unreal Engine 5 where I can't go forward because of a bug. So, to get around that, the plan is to fix the bug. Before I can do that, I have to compile Unreal Engine 5. I get it to compile, but it's not... It's having an error during the compiling. And this is, following their steps, so there's something wrong somewhere. And I have to figure out what it is and how to do it. I'm loading the project right now, so if I were to show you what's going on, and my system responds eventually. I mean, you can see there's a loading bar, and we're waiting for that. It's loading the project. It's 58 of 92. So, the problem I've been having is when I do a compile, it tries to run the batch file, and then it errors out with like, I think it was 3073 exited with code 8 or 6 or something like that. But at any rate, I'm looking for help right now, actually. Oh. We can get the exact errors. Alright, so here's the Unreal Engine source code. I don't care. Come on. This is slow. Good thing I set this down to 30 frames a second today. I don't anticipate doing video gaming, but I think 30 works better when I'm doing Unreal Engine stuff. Yeah, it's not as smooth, but it's it saves processing power for other things. All right, so yeah, I'm looking up the code error right now. Of course, that's kind of frozen. Now, it looks like people are having the same errors. Oh, are you going to come back to me? No, you're still... Alright. Let's start a build. Let's see how it goes. Now, one of the biggest problems I've been having with this build is that it literally takes like 9 hours to do a single build, even on my system. So, yeah. Definitely don't want to do too much into here if we don't have to. Loud music. Loud music's loud. I also had an issue today where I think one of the wires of my speakers is coming loose because I think I accidentally kicked the wire, and ooh, there it is. There's the error. Build Datasmith. No. All right. What was I talking about? Yeah, my speaker. I kicked one of the wires and one of my speakers suddenly turned off. I was like, oh god, did I disconnect it? No, it's still connected. So I wiggled the back of the wire, and then my speaker came back. So it might be time to start looking at replacements for this, but I doubt that's going to be anything I can do. I will not be able to get the exact same speaker set because they don't make it anymore. I have a Creative Labs 7.1 surround sound system. I actually need to put the other speakers out. I'd love to put the two behind me and maybe two up top so I can have sideways audio. That'd be really nice, especially when I take my headset off and I'm like, oh, I can hear it all. It's surround sound. Of course, this is a little bit better, especially if I turn my head, I still have the sound. And a lot of 3D games and stuff will actually position the audio, so when you move your head or you look around, the audio is in the correct locations. You can't really do that as easily with a speaker setup. Besides, if I, physically turn around, suddenly the audio is reversed. Makes it bad for VR. Alright, can I just kind of scroll up? I want to scroll up. Alright. Copying invalid number of parameters. Cannot open shader compiler. No such. Okay. So there's definitely some problems here. But, this is the problem when you work with the latest and greatest version of the software. And I'm sorry it's in a little tiny window right now. I'm just kind of waiting for things to, process. Let me check and see. This is the latest and greatest version of the repository, so it might actually be broken. Alright. Alright, there's a contribution 5 hours ago to this branch. There's a lot of commits. Missing files, missing header. Alright, so I probably just need to update the source. That's probably what's, going on here. So I'm actually going to cancel this build. And I'm going to load up the source again. And if we have to wait too long for this, I'll actually just load up the most recent version and deal with that. And we'll do what we can. Alright, pull. But yeah, I'm hoping we can get some good work done on the ship. We may not be able to get to the materials, but there's some other things that we can get set up. I mean, there's still, we can work on the Loom Shader, even if we can't work on the hard surface shader, which is currently bugged because of the bugs. So I'm actually in prep for that. Gonna start getting things for that. Oh, it's starting to do the poll. Don't know if you can see, there's a little turtle going flying. Actually, it's a tortoise. But yeah, it's working on the pole. In the meantime, let's get the project open. Even if it's not the latest version, it's still a version. I mostly want to try and get it compiled and see if the error that I'm experiencing has been fixed. If not, we'll fix it. Because I'm tired of waiting. Of course, I've been, noticing. I went looking at their source code, and I saw that. Oh, yeah, there's a whole bunch of pull requests being made specifically for Unreal Engine 5. I don't know how many of those are actually being pulled in. There might be more. Ah, I knew I forgot something. I forgot to turn off my speakers. That's why the music sounded so nice. Waiting for static meshes to be ready. 0 out of 1. And then it lists a whole bunch of static meshes. Alright, I'm going to actually kind of move this off to the side for right now, because we don't need that. So it's mostly just waiting for Unreal Engine to open. I'm thinking I'm going to try something in September. I'm going to not stream on Monday. So Star Citizen Sunday will be the last stream of the week. And then we start again on Wednesdays, back on our regular schedule of Wednesday, then Friday. I just want to see if that's going to give me more energy and more time to get stuff, work done. Because, I've promised people a lot of things, and I feel like I don't have time for a lot of it. Alright. So this is probably looking just a little bit better now. I noticed that we were missing these front little bits. I'm still not sure if this has everything we need. I mean, it looks like there needs to be something in here. I just don't know where that model is. Okay. Why can't I see that wireframe? Alright, so yeah, here's it without any material work. So this is a hatch that I thought was part of it, but apparently not. This actually needs to be swapped out for another hatch that's actually on the 890 jump. I thought that was interesting. I went looking at it, and here, let me actually pull open my screenshots folders. Okay, so here's a whole bunch of screenshots that I took. I don't know where this is, and I'm looking, and some of this detail, I'm not sure where it's coming from, but yeah, look at that. Yeah, oh, no. Look at that detail. Is that actually part of the... Is that just a material, or is it part of the mesh that we're missing? I don't know. Here's a close-up of the door. You can't really see it, but there's definitely an insert here. So, and yeah, here's the top side, and you can see, yeah, this definitely needs that insert to make it match. So yeah, definitely have to find that. Some surface reference. More surface reference on the one piece that we actually have available to us right now. More surface reference, but also some modeling reference. This was what really kind of stuck with me. Was I saw these little engine parts on the model. Here, let me... yeah, it's right up here. I saw these on here. I was like, wait, where's the whole thing? It looks like it's only partially done. And then I noticed that, hey, there's a whole section here that's missing. And now we're getting other screenshots. But, yeah, that just kind of got me noticing that, hey, yeah, we're missing this whole section right here. So, I went digging, and I actually found it. I found this whole section. That's just kind of going out there. Now, if I just kind of duplicate the shot I was just at, yeah, something around in there. So, yeah. Okay, so that actually probably needs to be up more. Yeah, so there, that's a pretty decent duplication. So yeah, we're missing this little section, and I don't know where it is. It's somewhere, but it's just not being exported. But yeah, this whole front part was missing. Now, one of the reasons I wanted to rebuild this in Unreal Engine 5 was to take advantage of nanite. The reason for that is, well, this is a big ship. This is massive. Here, let me show you the triangles. This is the triangles as nanite sees it. If we get closer, you can see, it goes, this is like a level 1 LOD of this ship I pulled out. And as I pull back, you can see the triangles are just shrinking on this thing, keeping the frame rate actually pretty nice. Yeah, it is detailed. But yeah, these are the actual polygons that's being rendered for this ship. And you can see the back end is changing as I move forward. So, and then there's this whole grill, and it's like, dear God. Thank God for nanite. It's just crunching those down in real time, basically. Oh, how far away can I get and have it, still changing? Not pretty far. Okay, now it looks like it's pretty much staying. Oh no, I'm seeing still pop here and there. So, yeah. You get close enough and the detail just stops. But this is the level 1 detail, so that's the maximum detail they have in the game. But one of the nice parts with doing this in nanite is I can make duplicates of this. And it doesn't affect my frame rate as very much at all. I mean, I have a little bit of a pause as it's creating all the new parts. So the spawning is what takes it. But there. I think this would kill Star Citizen right now. Just these 3 ships on their own. But, in Unreal Engine, smooth as frickin' butter. And if we pop nanite back on, you can see that, they're dynamically changing their polygon counts as we move. So, yeah. Now, the biggest problem is I'm still building these up, so I'm definitely not going to keep these other 2. We're just going to stick with this guy. Which I really do have to reconsider. What's going on? Ah, it's updating everything. Okay, this is just going to take a while. But yeah, definitely got to look through all these and use these as references. But, because of the bug, I want to work on this material. I can't. Because A equals B equals C equals D. Causing everything to just implode and go, no. Whoa, what the... yes, try again. No wonder that paused. I was like, what's the hold up here? So, we have this shader, but now we can actually start building up an Alum Shader. Now, the Alum Shader is going to basically cover a much older set of materials. I believe this is also, no, that's the layer detail. But the Alum Shader will cover a large amount of materials for us. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to make this a material attributes material. Why? Because it's easier to work with when you're trying to convert it from another shader. Alright, so now we look for my first function, CryEngine, to Unreal. So now it's complaining, hey, we don't have diffuse colors, specular colors, gloss, or normals. There's also a emissive and metal cutoff, but, we're going to work with that. The reason it's complaining is because it absolutely needs those in order to make a materials attribute. We can unplug that for now to remove that error. So we're going to need a few things. We're going to need some color, we're going to need that, we're going to need gloss, and we're going to need a normal. Now, the normal, I'm just going to, throw in a color for right now. The gloss can be 0. Specular color, we're going to make that 1. And then this is going to be all 1s. And we drop that in, and we convert that. And boom, we now have converted a CryEngine material into an Unreal Engine material. Yeah. Well, the nice part is, the hard part with the PS3 was the coding, because you had to make it work with the chip. The engine you're running with is completely independent of that. Of course, you had to have really good programmers who could make it convert over. Okay, so this is a basic material, but we need some settings here. So let's convert these to parameters. This will be diffuse. This will be specular. This will be shininess. And I know these numbers because they are goddamn burned in my skull. Now, with shininess, they go from 0 to 125. They use an integer. So, we have to actually divide this by 255 in order to get a scalar level, which is what we're using. Now, what is your problem? Can I convert float? Yeah, okay. We have to append that vector to that. And the reason we have to convert that is because diffuse color hides their opacity inside the alpha of the diffuse channel. So we'll be using that when we get to textures. So now we have a very shiny ball, but now we need to come in here and have a metal cutoff. This is a custom parameter. No, I can spell it right. That's right. And for now, we're going to set it to 1. And I think the maximum is 1. No, we'll set the maximum to 2. So with this, I can now adjust what is and is not considered a metal texture. Right now, everything's considered a metal texture because that's how, PBR works. Come on, how you doing? Yeah, you're doing okay, I think. But, now this is, a decent basics. We can get most things going, but we need some actual materials going on here. So let's start. We'll leave metal cutoff. Oh, and emissive. Let's bring emissive in here. Now, emissive is actually a real material option, so we do actually have to have that. But it's going to be 0 almost all the time, so don't have to worry about anything else. Alright, so specular we'll pull down here. Glossiness will be right around here. Normals, these will be just, close to the vest. And now we probably need to put these all in the correct parameter group. And I'm just going to put that into the same one too. Material. And we're going to label this 1_material. So it's going to be diffuse is 7. And specular is 8. And why? Because, that's where their position is. I believe then it's emissive. Shininess is 10. And we'll make metal cutoff. We'll just leave that the default 32. That's fine. It can be last. I mean, theoretically, I should probably move this over to a custom ones labeled 0 options, but, it's fine being in there. Alright, so now we actually have to go digging into a material. So let me see what I have available. Alright, well, we do have one material that's an Loom Shader. actually, we have a few. Oh, this is a nice one. Actually shows a whole lot. But before we get into that, there's actually something else we have to do. We have to build a Boolean for basically everything. Why are we building Booleans? I'll tell you why. It's because these have options. And that's what we're really building, is the options. And actually, that's probably what level 1 or level 2 is going to be. Alright, I want extracted and shader Alum. There we are. Okay, so here is a list of all the properties that developers can tick on an Alum shader. We're actually going to add these in. So we'll start with the Boolean parameter, normal map, and we're going to add the details in here. And let's set this to 2 string. What's it called exactly? String gen mask. Now, technically speaking, this should probably be 1, since that's first. Which means that the material should be 2. Now, I'm guessing that did not update on the others. Okay. You know, usually it does, but okay. Apply, save, so we don't lose anything. So now there's just, yep, string 1 gen mask and number 2 materials. So the string gen mask basically is a bunch of generated string variables that can be applied to a material. In this particular instance, string gen mask is Vertex Colors, wear layer, use detail maps, stencil map. All of that's going to be used to help define this this material. There's other ones, you know, that help out, the normal map, specular map, all that kind of stuff. But we're going to go through this one at a time and just build them out. No, I wanted... Oh, that's right. I keep thinking copying in here is different from copying a string, and it's not. Alright, so that's going to be 1. This is going to be 2. And when we're all done, this is actually going to help us build out our material. So that will be nice. Alright, so there is some settings in here that I'm actually going to skip. Ooh, okay, this one I absolutely want to keep. LUT tinting. Tint an object based on a LUT. I have not seen this in any material, but that sounds like something I just want to keep in store. Blend layer. This is a big one. This one basically says, hey, rather than using one material, let's use, rather than having, one set of material layers, let's use 2. So, originally, all this would become one material layer, but we would use the blend layer to actually mix between this one and another one. So, huzzah. Alright, holographic projection. Ooh. I don't think I'm going to be using this one, but I am going to at least put it in here. Enables holographic projection when opacity is less than 1. I love that I can copy the descriptions in here. Now, there are ones in here that I've never used before that, you know, I want to figure out. Like Anim Glow. Enables animated glow when triggered by the height map. What does that do? How does that activate? Does that mean you have a moving height map? And it just starts, or I don't know. Okay. Alpha glow. Use the alpha channel of the diffuse texture for glow. Now, to convert that into Unreal Engine, basically I have to take the alpha from the diffuse channel, probably multiply it by the diffuse color, and then plug that into the emissive, probably with a custom scale. Because, you know, emissive is how you make things glow in Unreal Engine. Seven, 8, 9. Detail mapping. This one's important because when you use it, it actually enables a new texture. Silhouette Parallax Occlusion Mapping. Alright, how is this coming? Oh, cool. So that finished. Yay. Let's make sure. All right, got to run setup again. I don't think there's going to be any prerequisite issues. Yes, yes. Wow. All right, generate project files. So now what it's doing is it is actually trying to build Unreal Engine, C++ files for Unreal Engine 5. Alright. This actually doesn't have a description. It's actually hidden. Interesting. So actually, I'm going to skip that one. Use damage map. Enable damage map support to allow hit location specific morphing, damage normal map, burnt diffuse, and destroyed / clipped polys. This will be 14. Vert colors. Use vertex colors. But it doesn't say what the vertex are. I think it's the same as as the other one. At least I hope so. Alpha Mask Detail Map. This is another one I haven't really ran into. Use Diffuse Map Alpha for masking detail maps. Interesting. Yeah, kind of works. Alright, so here's the first ones. We'll kind of move these off over here. Copy, paste. So then there's Decal. This is another one we're probably going to skip, because we're actually going to build a whole separate... Well, actually, no. We could probably build it into this. I've built the other one enough that I can probably build it into this, no problem. Use as a decal. Decal opacity map. Enable separate mask for opacity on decals. Alright, so now Parallax Occlusion Mapping. Use Parallax Occlusion Mapping requires height displacement. Which means this is number 18. And we will absolutely be using this one because I know this one. This one's been around for a while. Alright, how's this going? It's building IntelliSense. I'm actually going to close the project. Alright, it just finished, which means I can now open up Unreal Engine in Visual Studio. Let me get that loaded up. And while we wait for that, we're also going to be doing... Oh, here's another one I think we're probably not going to be using, but maybe. I don't know. There's an if-def in here. If feature mesh tessellation. Okay, so that's probably used on planet side stuff. That's actually something we are not going to get into until maybe way later. More than likely, I'm just going to use Unreal Engine side and fake what I can. Because the goal isn't to duplicate everything. The goal is to duplicate what is needed to do machinima. And frankly, if you can't shoot on a planet, what are you doing? I mean, the exception to that would be cities. I understand that. And I don't care what anybody else says. There is absolutely height map information in the game. The difference is the height map we are getting more than likely determines what the height map is in terms of the geology. So, you know, it might be hard, but we can do it. We could rebuild a planet. It's just trying to rebuild all those little systems that they built up for everything. So I'm going to skip this feature mesh tessellation parts, at least for right now. Let me take a quick look. The rest of this all looks like it's, yeah, I don't think any of this else is going to be used. A paint mask. Ooh. Well, if we run into it, then we'll add it in. But these are, you know, pretty much all the ones, and then some, of the ones I know we're going to need. So let's just bring these down here. There it is, the complete collection. I'm going to kind of put this over in here, and we'll pull them in as we need to. Alright, so close that. And now let's actually start getting our texture slots in there. Now they're going to be group 3. The way we do the textures is pretty simple. We just get a texture object parameter, and we label this text slot 01. And I always do O or 01 because Unreal Engine likes it better when everything is numerical. If you do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on, once you get to 9, that's great. Once you get to 10, suddenly it wants to put that up with text slot 1. It's just a little idiosyncrasy of the program, and I prefer it, you know, just going 0, 1 all the way down, because we're never going to get past, you know, the highest number I've ever seen is 13. So don't have to worry about anything else. So we need 1. We'll need 2, and then we'll need 2A, and then we'll need 4, and then we'll need 8. So these are, you know, all the ones we're going to need. We're going to put them into 3, I think? Yes, 3. 3 textures. And we're going to give them the name, the same priority as their slot name. Which makes it a little hard with the alpha one, but fortunately that seems to just work out just fine. At one point I did try doing them all as separate things, so it got really confusing for me. Especially when I had to add a whole bunch more. Alright, so let's see. 5, we are never going to need 5. Because 5 is actually, you know, globally, it seems like, a slot that... Why does this have 13? Oh, detail. But why does it have detail? It doesn't even list having detail in it. This is confusing. Alright. And, okay, so I just went looking a little bit farther ahead, and I found slot 3. And I knew we were going to have slot 3 anyways, because that's a second layer material. So... 3 and 3A. So there's those. Let's make sure they're in slot 3. 4. We'll skip 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then 13. Alright, so that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Alright, so this is, you know, a freaking ton of textures. But we have them. One thing I could do is actually go through here and add, like, in the parameter name, a subname. So I could go diffuse. You know, slot 1, diffuse. Slot 2, normal. Slot 3, normal. Or actually, this would be glossiness. Glossiness. Because it's actually the alpha of the normal. So, and then slot 3 would be layer 2 normal. But, you know, I could do that. I'm not going to, mostly because, you know, it seems a little, well, I won't say it's confusing, but, you know, I do have the description here. I don't want it cluttered. That's it. It looks too cluttered. But what I can do is I can add descriptions. This makes it, this gives me the information, but doesn't block things up when I'm doing materials. So, let's see, normal, glossiness, this slash normal alpha. Second layer normal. Second layer glossiness slash normal alpha. Texture slot 4. Specular. And, you know, the big thing now is going to be setting up the sampler types for all these. Because that's going to be, you know, that's going to be something. This looks like slot 8 is displacement. Which means slot 11 is second layer displacement. Wanted to make sure I got that one in there. Alright. Second layer diffuse. Second layer specular. And second layer, oh no, just blend. Blend map. Detail map. I feel like there's another detail map, so this might be second layer detailed map kind of thing. But why does the heavy substructure need it? They don't even list it in here. Yeah, 13 is the second layer. Second layer detail map. While slot 06 is the detail map for, you know, the first one. And no, I don't think I've seen slot. It's been a while. I don't think I've seen slot 7. So why does that have a... that's weird. What the? I was just looking at there and I did not see that one. Did I miss it? Or am I reading that wrong? No, I am not. Use detail maps. That is not in this shader. What shader is this? Hard surface. That's why. I was like, what the hell? Why am I seeing this, you know, use detail maps? I don't recall seeing that. That's because it's on a different surface. Okay, so far, at least in this model, I am not seeing channel 7 on an Loom Shader. Opacity, that's what I forgot. There. That does everything I needed to do. Ah! Unreal Engine has finished. Let's see what happens when I build it. Oh, let's apply and save before anything happens. And I'll put that off to the side. So this actually needs to be under material. Let's see. So 7, 8, 9, 10. This is actually 10. $11. 7, 8. That's 9. Why is that not 9? I mean, it is, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, it's 8. Eh, good enough. No, it's not. OCD. Rising. Alright, emissive. 10, 11, 12. There we go. Ah, okay, good. OCD handled. So, okay, so we're actually going to use virtuals on all of these. And it's not letting me put them in. Interesting. Oh, I probably have to tell it to use a material. So I'm going to put that off to the side, coming on here to textures, defaults. Now it will let me do virtual colors. Okay, so what I'm basically doing now is I am filling out the defaults using what we need. These will set the materials to the proper types. Alright, detail map is going to be virtual masks. And I want all of this to be textured because, well, I don't want it to deal with it, so. Actually, considering how the masks are treated, we actually want those to be white. Because they're actually multiplied upon, you know, most of the detail stuff. Alright, displacement. Is that a mask? I don't think it is. Here, we got some actual ones of these. Displacement. Ah, there's displacement. Is that one? I don't think is right. There. I don't think that one's right either. Okay. So I'm just going to take this gray and turn it from a mask into a grayscale. Or should I make it an actual displacement map? Vector displacement map. Ooh. I'm going to go with grayscale. So, this is grayscale. So, displacement will be the grayscale. Second layer displacement will also be the grayscale. All right. Oh, wait, no, I wanted the color. Virtual masks. Okay, so that's basically all my default textures. Oh, actually, is this a grayscale image? It probably should be. Yeah, it's a mask. Oh, that sounds about right. That'd be fine to have Perlin noise. Alright, so let me find the first Alum shader that we're going to need. Alright, that'll be trims. So we come to Javelin Exterior. Javelin Exterior. We're going to create a... ooh, this never got merged. And we want that one. Consolidate. Delete. Copy. Copy the name, rename it 1, create a new material instance. I gotta fix up the redirectors. Bum bum ba-da-dum. Okay, now I can rename this trims. Open this up. We want to make this a M underscore, yeah, just a Loom Shader. Save that. Then we'll merge these, replace references. Yes, I get that they're not the same. So by doing that, I was able to completely replace all the trims on here with this new material. And we can actually see that, you know, right here. This is now a highly reflective material, which is what our trims is actually showing. So let's find a good spot. I think right here. That kind of shows a large majority of it. Let's save all that. Whoa! Okay, so for this material, there's these whole surface types, but I don't think we're going to need those. I mean, maybe if we're doing sound effects and stuff. But for the most part, we don't. Alright, so let's start with material, since we actually can do that. Diffuse. Yep, specular, opacity. Yeah, I can actually do these over here now. Opacity, shininess, and metal cutoff. We'll leave that alone for right now. So those are the correct settings? Yes, they are. Alright, so everything else is going to be texture-based, and we haven't gotten to that yet. So that's actually the next step. Now that we have a material that we can test with, we can come in here. So we know that we need slot 1. Let's bring this down here. Actually, probably the easiest ones to implement would be the normals. And we'll pull Glossiness off for a moment, but texture sample. Alright, so there. Now we have normals. We can apply that. Now what we had earlier was just a temporary, but now, ooh, actually, I need to do this. First of all, no, virtual, normal. Copy, paste. So now it's actually when we need our first string mask. Normal map. We're going to put it right here. Switch. Plug into that. Pull that out. If it's true, we do that. If it's false, we do that. Now the reason I put this up here is the same reason I have this, is we're going to need this. So we are going to do a switch. If it has the normal, copy, paste. Or was it mask? I think it's mask, right? Yeah. Alright, virtual mask. So, if it's false, it's going to be that. If it's true, it's going to be that. Now, one thing I have considered is that maybe I need to multiply this by that. I have actually seen instances of that. So, what we're actually going to do is come down here, do a multiply, and there we go. Apply and save. Come here. He has a normal map. We'll use both these. And what we actually need, if we come back up here to the exterior's metals. Oh! No! Textures interior. Atlas. Aegis trims palm sheet, huh? You are not very kind. Nope. Textures. Oh, no, wait, not textures. Objects. Ships. Ships. Aegis. Textures. Interior. Atlas. And I'm just going to import it all. Because at some point I'm going to need it all. Let's see, the compile is going. Fortunately, it's just compiling the things that are different. Hopefully it will actually compile Unreal Engine 5 and I can test if you know, the project got borked or not. Alright, there we go. Save all those. So we are looking for Aegis trims palm sheet diff. Actually, DNLA. So Aegis trims palm sheet DNLA right there. Perfect. So you're going to use that. What? Oh. Oh, these weren't set to virtual. Okay. We're doing virtual just so we can use the massive amounts of virtual memory. Convert to virtual texture. I like that option. Okay. Let's say it's virtual now. Alright, well, let me just try applying it. Hey, that actually worked. Of course, it's trying to grab the wrong image. There we go. Save. So let's do that. So already we can see a bit difference. Let's make sure we get the gloss map, which actually came in as grayscale. I think we're actually going to convert that. Because that, you know, while grayscale would work, we actually wanted it as a mask. That's kind of how we were setting it up. But you know what? Grayscale would actually be better. The only reason I was keeping with masks was that it was, it kind of worked with some of the other things we need to do. But yeah, let's do that. Let's switch this out from a virtual mask to a virtual linear grayscale. And save. Oh, go compile. Oh, wow. So, still haven't added the normals, but damn, that doesn't look good. I'm sorry, I've added the normals. Still haven't added things like options or colors. So That is still looking nice. Alright. So, now, let's build up the diffuse color. So there's always a diffuse channel. We never have to worry about doing any weird modifiers or anything. So, texture sample. And multiply by that. Which should now provide us with a diffuse color. Text slot 1. Which in this case is this. Okay, what's going on? Alright, what happens if I put something else there? Okay. I'm not seeing any differences here. That's disturbing. Alright. Let's come in here and do some magic. First of all, I want those two to be fantastic. And then we can multiply that by that. Append those two options. And I know I'm going to have to add tinting in here at some point in the near future. Probably, in just a moment. I actually no. I don't see any tinting options, so I guess we're okay. Why is this turning out like a sphere? Like a globe. So if I turn that way. Okay, why am I not seeing... Alright, let's preview. Alright, if I tell this to use this texture, it seems to work. Okay. Did I mess up on something? I might have. Well, no, that looks like it works. Okay. Okay, no. Look, I am definitely seeing something in here. So we're definitely getting something. It's just what's causing all these other issues. Oh. Slot 2A is okay. Alright, so we go from masks, switch that over to grayscale. Hopefully that will fix that. Virtual. Linear grayscale. Virtual color, that's right. Virtual linear grayscale, virtual linear grayscale. Normal, normal, normal. That should be everything we need. So why is this not looking right? Oh, is it because of this? It was the specular color. It's being added. Okay. Alright, well, at least now we know the issue. Okay, so if I at least temporarily take the specular color all the way down, there we go, that's looking better. So let's take the specular color back all the way up. We'll come here to the Loom Shader and we'll work on specular. So we need if specular map. So now we come up here, specular color. texture sample. Oop. Virtual color. So we will now multiply this by that. If. So now switch. No, no, no. Just this switch. So if it's true, that. If not, that. There we go. Apply. Save. So knowing that, I'm thinking, is that, alright, that's a mask. Which actually makes me think that I should put this down as 0. No. As much as I want to, no. Alright. Enable the specular map. There we go. What? No. Yeah, it needs to be color, not mask. Okay. Mushka, mushka, mishka, musketeers! I could, in theory, probably, use displacement mapping on this. That would actually help a lot. But Star Citizen uses, what's it? Displacement maps with, parallax occlusion mapping. Now they're also using Vert Colors, but I'm not certain how I'm going to implement that at the moment. So let's just start with the parallax occlusion mapping. Alright, so switch, static switch. And we want that. So we're actually going to start with a standard texture coordinate. Plug that into there. And now, parallax occlusion mapping. So the reason I did that is because I'm pretty certain we're going to have some scaling to do. Palm steps. Steps, not steeps. Default of 64. We're going to set a minimum of 32 and a maximum of 512. Now, height ratio is going to be interesting, because this is actually where palm displacement is going to come up. So, 0.025 is roughly where the middle is. It's where, you know, most of them are. And I think it's the default. But in order to get this closer to what we use in Unreal Engine, we're actually going to divide it by 4. We can actually, you know, create a new variable here. Palm scale. Alright, and let's see. Height plane, that's actually something we are going to use. We're going to use the height bias for this. So, convert to parameter, height bias. Now, there's not a whole lot of options right now on this, but we know that palm displacement's here, so we're going to go public params. And I think this is what? This would be 4? Yeah, 4. Public params. So this will be, for the moment, 1. But I know that there's more settings, so we're going to have to pretty much play with this a bit. I actually did come up with a list not too long ago. I don't know if I saved it. I mean, well, there's a whole list of them. But, you know, right now, this is 1. Then there's alpha glow cutoff, self shadow strength, which actually you can kind of do in here, but I have yet to find any, you know, use for it. So this will be public params 3. And this will be 4. Oh, no, no, no. How are we doing over there? Oh. Still compiling. Hey! Alright, well, while that's frozen, create a new folder. Let's see. The Loom public params. Here's another Alum. We've got another set of 4, but I think it's the same 4. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, here we are. Okay. There we go. The Big Daddy. Yeah, blend to specular color. Yes, please. That's where things are going to get dicey. Okay, so Palm, Alpha. Okay, so that has to go somewhere before Alpha Glow cutoff here. Let's put it above Palm. No, we'll put it below Palm displacement. All right, so we have the Alpha Glow cutoff. Decal cutoff. I can put those pretty much directly after Alpha Glow, because I haven't found anywhere else they go. I'm willing to be proven wrong, but this is what we know so far. Let's alright, that looks like it's the same number of variables. Oh, we got some more here. Palm displacement, Alpha Glow cutoff, detail, diffuse scale. Okay, so these two are before that. Here, actually put them right there. Alright, so far this is our compiled list of material parameters. Alright, that's good enough for now. Alright, so now that we know that this is, you know, roughly our list, if this will come back to me. Come back! I think it... did it crash? Now it's labeled as not responding. But then again, my CPU is being taken up 100%. By the compiling. Hey. So, I'm just going to kind of let this all go until something responds. But still, we have 19 public parameters that need to be at least placed. Which actually sounds about right, given, you know, some of my older works on this, so... I know this is like the third or fourth time I've, you know, written this particular shader, but this is, you know, every time I learn a little bit more, but then I forget, you know, what does this do? So I'm gonna have to probably refer back to figure out what everything does, because, yeah, I figured out a lot, and then I also, you know, looked at it and went, is this right? Shadow Steps, Shadow Penumbra. I'm assuming Shadow Penumbra is equivalent to Shadow Strength. I hate that this isn't responding, but it's not, turning white or anything. Which means it's still somewhat responsive, but it's just the CPU's being, absconded with. Did something get into this recompile that just caused everything to recompile? It kind of feels that way right now. Well, while we wait, we might as well watch this. As the compiling builds. As the compiling builds. Well, looks like everything's working so far. I'm sure there's definitely an error list somewhere. Honestly, I'm surprised the stream's going as well as it is. It's not what I clicked on. Unless I clicked on it by accident. Looking to see who else is streaming and what. Let's see. I got 6 people killing, doing some gaming streams. It's me and, an interactive Smash game on the tech channel. One person doing that, one person, okay. Alright, I'm not getting enough power from anything. So I'm actually going to... Ooh, yeah, these. There. A little bit more CPU power. Nope, I got a feeling I'm going to have to kill this. That's bad. It just was not responding well enough. I wonder if I can backport my version of Star Citizen. to a different Unreal Engine. Maybe. Well, let me try it. I'm going to launch 4.27 and see if I can't take my current 5.0 build. Yes, you can allow Unreal Engine. No, do not run VR. No, no, I can't backport it. That's right. Because if I did that, Illum and Nanite wouldn't be plausible. I mean, we're just waiting for this to compile. It's really kind of... I hope this one works. I guess that's the best I can do, is just hope it works. Ah, finally. I was wondering when that was going to try and let me open it again. Yeah, creating libraries. Ah. This is the problem with starting any brand new project, is you're pretty much just, you know, doing what you can to get it started. But once you get it started, then you can do all the fixing you want. Oof. Ugh, I'm tired. And it wasn't that big of a day. I woke up, you know, pretty late. Okay. Where did Unreal Engine go? Yes, I see. You don't have to give me a seizure. Ah, that's why you were having a seizure. Okay. Yes, open them. Open them! Yep, the whole Parallax Occlusion thing. That's okay. So, what we're going to do is we're actually going to come here and... Oh. No. We got that on. Okay. So we're going to come in here, and we're going to start putting in all the parameters we need. Distribute. Alright, so we're going to need a lot more. Because we need 19. That should do it for now. Alright, so let's see. Where dirt blend fall off. fall off. 1. Blend to specular color. Interesting, I can just click on it and it offsets everything. Wear dirt blend factor. Alright, let's start putting in. These are public parameters. So, for public params, apply save, duplicate. Blend layer 2 diffuse color. Alright, so this will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and I'll worry about defaults later. So 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and finally 19. There we go. There's all 19 public parameters have now been inserted. Apply, save. Alright, so parallax occlusion mapping. We're going to need that. We're going to need POM. We're going to need parallax occlusion mapping. POM displacement. Height bias. You know what? I'm just going to do a quick search. Tiling. I am not seeing any tiling options. The only ones I'm seeing are tiling options for the textures. So actually we need to probably make that. So detail map is 6. There we go. We're going to default this to 1. Convert to parameter. Tile U. Tile V. And now we will copy the texture slot name for that. Set that to textures as 6. No, 7. And I just realized I forgot to do this. First of all, that should be 4. Pardon me. Thirteen. 14. So what we're doing is, even though it's slot 13, we're not putting them in slot 13. We're actually putting them in the slot underneath. So the texture has to be active for those to show up, and they'll always show up underneath the texture. That way, we don't have to worry about that. Blend mask tiling. Blend layer 2 tiling. I am not seeing anything. Well, first of all, let's do some defaults here. All tilings should probably be at least 1. All right. Where'd that go? Oh. Move that over here. Oh, damn. Is this gonna... All right. Well, we're not going to get to that tonight. Because now it's going to build 5,000 items. So, cancel, close that. We'll focus on building this Loom Shader. I was hoping it would just, pick up where I left off, but apparently not. Parallax. All right. hide that. We're running on red, which is how it works somehow. Not sure how. Alright, height bias has a default of 1, a max of 2. I need to really figure out how height bias works in CryEngine, and then how it works in Unreal Engine, and then convert it somehow. Which shouldn't be impossible. But I think that's actually something... I mean, yeah, I see how it is. Yeah, default value is 1. Things that are higher than 1 will appear closer, things that are lower. But there are times when the height bias is 0. So, what do I do in those instances? I mean, that's, you know, when 0, all parallax will be upwards. And after that, it's just a matter of... that's quite a bit of a matter after that. At any rate, this needs to be 0.025. And then we have to divide it by 4. Alright, parallax displacement scale. All right. _options. Convert to parameters. Palm steps. Self-shadow mask. Defines how hard. This is the shadow from the specified light vector. What's the default light vector? I am just gonna plug that in. And for right now, we'll just plug that in too. Get as many variables going as we can. Apply, save, and now we plug this into everything. And I do mean everything. Except for that. We don't need that. All right. Alright. So I'm actually going to select all this now. move it over here, where I'm not really going to need that immediately. Alright, apply, save, come here to Javelin Trims. We need to enable the Parallax Occlusion Map. And we're getting a lot of errors now. What the hell? Oh, it's missing the height map texture. Boop. I'm like, okay, that's everything. Let's go. And then they're like, no, you missed the important part. Alright, so we need a texture sample. Actually, no, we don't. What we need is the Layer 1 displacement map. There we are. Alright, apply, save. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Apply Parallax Occlusion. Apply Parallax Occlusion. That was owned by Tony Stark! What? Alright, displacement. Right there. Yep, this needs to be set to grayscale. Save. Oh. Yep, there we go. It was set to sRGB. There we go. Now there's no errors. And we have the public parameters down here. So now we should... Oh, yeah. That's definitely got parallax occlusion now. I don't know about anyone else, but that looks pretty good, but probably at the same time too much. That looks better. But let's make sure we're actually using the right settings. I mean, that's an option I was using. For this, we need a palm displacement of 19. A height bias of points. Okay. Yeah, that looks pretty good. If I set this back to 4. Alright, divide by 1. If I just leave it as is, that's a pretty severe setting. But if I take it down to 0.2, or rather just 2, that's not as severe, but still looks pretty good. I'm not sure what else that's texturing. Oh, that's actually modeled. Damn. Anything in here? Nope. Mostly just those, I think. Alright. there anything else? Nope, that's about it, unless I can get the self-shadow strength somehow turning on. Static bool. Yes. So it will render the shadows. That should at least activate it. Yes. So now we can at least get this value in, even if we're not actually seeing the value for it. You know, I doubt that's coming out. So, you know, what does the shadow look like? Let's take a look. It's white. It's, you know. Start preview. Well, of course it would be like that. Alright, so it looks like this first iteration is decent. So, what to do now is take this, kind of move it off over here. And we're actually going to just kind of copy all of that. And bring it down here. Find the displacement right there. Delete. Replace. And now here's actually where we have to do some modifications, which is why I added this little node in here. Because now we have to come over here to find layer 2 tiling. Multiply. Alright, let's apply, save. So now we have all the displacement information we need. So this is now set up for when we do the blend layer, which will be one of the next ones we do. There's a couple of... Oh, next up could be the decals. Ooh, that would be tricky. Oh my! Decal opacity map? No! No, you're not allowed to have a decal opacity map. Actually, doing one as a doing one as that would actually be a lot of fun, and it would get me a lot further along. A lot of the information just needs to be applied up here. It's mostly dealing with, you know, the diffuse color. You know, all the others will be disabled because they don't have normals. So yeah, let's do this. I'm gonna move that off to the side and realize I have to P. Select the Javelin Materials. Find the one we need. Which actually is not in here, is it? No, it's not. Okay. So, don't have to worry about that yet. Next to Loom, Emissive Alpha. I don't think we have that. Nope. Dirt Mask? Nope. Heavy Substructure. We do have that. And that is an Alum Shader with a lot of interesting aspects to it, including a detail map. So we'll have to get detail maps going. And it says that it's reflective. And there's an alpha test? What? Why is alpha test on here when opacity isn't? That's weird. Unless the alpha test is being used for something different. At any rate, heavy substructure. Copy. Rename. No. Fix up redirectors. Okay, yeah. Be right back. Bathroom break. Okay, so we need to make a material instance renamed heavy substructure. We're going to instance it to the Alum Shader. Save. Yes, isn't black color set up that way? It is not. All right, so now texture slot 4 samples black virtual color. Yes. And slot 4 yes, I don't understand. What's the problem? Oh, it's got to be sRGB. There we go. That was the problem. There we go. No errors. So, heavy substructure. I'm guessing that's part of these. So, because that's the only material right now that has a different color. Ooh, all the guts too. So do I see any others out here, or is it just the guts? Ooh. A little bit there. A little bit there. Looks like there's a little bit everywhere. But, you know, seeing it in the back is one thing. But I think using these guys as a reference is going to be the most important part. And I just realized I forgot to implement Vertex Colors into our Loom Shader. So, let's fix that real quick. Alright. Get attributes. Set attributes. Vertex color. I'm going to assume, at least for right now, that the color order is still the same, because it doesn't make sense for things to be changed. So, the order was that's as long as I can take it. Alright, alright. Red equals damage. Okay, so I'm going to assume this is what it is. Except that's going to be wear, and that's going to be glow. Because that's actually what it's exported as right now. So hopefully that's all the information we need. Oh, I just pressed the wrong button. So, heavy substructure. No, I don't need World Machine. Although it will be fun to try and recreate some of the game game world assets with that. At least the non-mesh ones. Okay, so AO is going to be blue, so first of all, let's set the material to that. And then let's add Ambient Occlusion. And then we're just going to set it to that. Done. So there's going to be like blending and stuff happens right here. And this is where we're actually going to do all the fun bits. Where with the vert colors. Actually, switch. Can I plug this in? Yes, I can. Perfect. Use vert colors. So I'll put that down here. Alright, there we go. So, if we're using Vert Colors, then it will do all this. Nice. I'm leaving the rest of these so we can do stuff like use wear, which we might have to do definitely later. But for right now, that'll be good enough. I don't think that changed anything over in there, so we're just going to keep on to here, which is where we're focusing. Let's make sure we're saving everything. Okay, good. We're fine. Oh, you know what? I probably need to come back here. Do we have... Yeah, we use Vert Colors on the other one. So enable that. At some point, I am going to create a damage map, and we'll see if we can't get some of that to work into these shaders, but that's not something I'm going to worry about. Alright, so back to our heavy. So, string gen map, we use the normal map. We use a specular map. We are not using Vert Colors, but we are using Parallax Occlusion. So, that's where we're at right now. You know, I think maybe we're using the Perlin noise for this. Oh, it's sampling it as virtual color? Yeah, it's trying to at least. Oh, that might work. I'm going to move the metal cutoff to the options. Alright, well, it doesn't matter. We're going to be putting in our own texture anyway. Alright, so we actually need to input some new textures. Alright, so going down to Aegis Textures, Exterior, New Folder, Greebles. Greebles. Dun 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 dun. Well, those are. Bulk edit these two files. Why? Because I gotta. Yeah, actually, I do gotta. And I think that's where the game crashed. The engine crashed. I'm pretty certain of that. Well, not so much crash as it did hang. Oh, it's getting suspended. Ah, there we are. Yep. You need to be normal maps, buddies. And convert you all to virtuals. Alright, so in this particular level we are using, let's get the Specular. Exterior damage scaffold. Alright. Okay. Okay, yeah, you need to be a linear grayscale. And then we are using you. What? The hell? Okay. Sure, throw a new wrench in my plans. Why? Texture slot 8. Okay. Anything else not using the correct textures? Alright, is there an alpha? There is an alpha. That would explain why we have an alpha test. Alright. So now I gotta come down here to the properties. Oh, what the hell? Alright, and the alpha test, which is the same as our opacity mask, it's basically 0.78. Seriously? Ah, mother. Apparently, nanite doesn't work with a masked texture. What about transparent? So, any masked textures need to be their own object and not nanite. Now, fortunately, there's a lot of decals here. Alright, well, let's see. I mean, this is literally what's going on, is this one material is kind of blocking access for us to see all that. But that basically means I have to disable nanite on this one. And then suddenly that works. Which means that that one no longer runs with nanite, and if we were to switch over to nanite, you can see that whole area is gone. So this is the point where we need to come in and make changes, because I'm not happy. But that's a mesh issue. For the moment, I just want to get this to work. So, yay. Alright, let's get these settings in here, because I kind of feel like I want to get them dealt with. 0.25, shadow strength 5, height bias is 1. Perfect. Okay, so now we've got the specular, the normal. Now we need to get the detail map added onto this. So let's grab here. We need level 3. I don't know why it's doing texture 13, because that's not right. Texture, unless I've been having it backwards this whole fucking time. I don't think so, though. I've seen other materials using the same, a Loom Shader do it that other way. Let's jump out here. I'll go to Objects. There we are. Spaceships. Ships. We'll go Drake, because I know Drake pretty well. We'll start with the Buccaneer. We'll check the Buccaneer exterior. So we're looking for Alum Shaders. First. Okay, a Loom Shader. Now we need an Loom Shader that uses detail maps. Although, for some reason... you know what? I don't need those anymore. Although, for some reason, this is not listing detail maps. It's got Parallax, it's got Specular, and it's got Normal. It's not mentioning this. So, what's this being used for? Because, at least with as far as that string mask is concerned, it's not a detail. And even if it was, why are there no detail options in here for blending? It just doesn't make sense. I'm gonna assume for a moment that being added is like some sort of error. And we don't really need this just yet. Alright. Yeah, see, look, here, this next one. This has a blend layer. But, you know, no details. So this is where we bring in the next one. There's another one. Ah, here we go. Detail mapping on the Alum Shader for Greeble. Yeah, I'm not seeing detail mapping being used anywhere else. Damage map, Vertex Colors, secondary, use detail maps. That's a hard surface. Let's check Illums. Decals. More decals. So we need 6. Yeah, there we go. 6. Oh, that's glass. Glass shader. No, we need an Loom Shader with channel 6 or channel 13? I mean, if I can find another one that's, you know, level 13, that'd be great. I don't think I'm going to find that with Pirate. Yeah. I probably need to go to the Cutlass, not the Buccaneer. Alright, Drake Cutlass. Okay, these haven't been converted. Go to my script. All right. Nope, not in Cutlass. Cutlass black exterior. There's 6. There's 13. Detail mapping. Be nice to find detail mapping without a blend layer. Right there. Use detail mapping. No blend layer. And it's layer 6. So why is this one, wherever it was, yeah, right here. Why is this one using layer 13? And not using it. So something's wrong here. I don't know what. I'm just going to drop it. I'm not going to deal with it. All right, what's the next material on our list? feel like there should be tiling here, but the only tiling I'm seeing is on that detail. Okay, so the next Loom Shader is Internal Damage B. That guy. Turn all these off. Save. Oh, undo. Make sure I'm deleting. Yes, go. Yeah, delete that one too. Okay, replace references. Replace it with the material instance. All right, so for this one, we're going to have to do the blending, and we're going to have yeah, we're going to have to do the blend layer. Okay, so it looks like this is it. Is that correct? Or is it literally internal? Oh, that's nice. I feel like this is it. But I also feel like it's not going to do anything. All right. Okay, the specular is going to be 0.7. Emissive, natural, yep. All right. Aegis metal interior framework. Internal. Spaceships. Aegis. Oh, interior. Metal. Interior metal. Ooh, boy, that's a lot of textures to import. Let's make sure I'm all saved up here. Bum 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 bum. I mean, I could just import the textures I need just for this material, but I'm here. Let's just do it all. I mean, I'm going to have to eventually go through and make sure that all of them are in the proper, settings, but yeah, I'm not going to have to worry about that just yet. Just got to work on the ones that I have and get used to the new pattern. Oh, I think it's in story. Yeah. I think it just finished the ones I needed. We shall see. Convert to virtual texture. Save. Save and selected. Oh shit. We got filter types. What's filter type 4 for DNLA? Okay, so we need Aegis interior metal framework. Metal. Oh, metal internal. Metal. Aegis. Int. Metal. Internal. Heavy painted. Wait, what? Internal framework. Here we are. Internal framework B. Diffuse. I hope this is right. All right. Save. All right. Normal. Okay. And Parallax Occlusion Mapping. All right, B, DNLA. DNLA gloss map. Specular color. And finally displacement. Are they all Bs? No, they are not all Bs. We actually want the internal framework normal. And thus gloss map. How about 4? B, yep, okay. And then regular displacement. I feel like this has to be converted. Yep, it's got to be converted to a grayscale. Alright, so that's our first layer. It's not looking too bad. Let's get, you know, oh, we gotta, oh, this is the big boy, isn't it? Yikes. Well, let's start with height bias. Ooh, palm displacement, that's pretty big. Looks fine to me. Alright, so that's everything that we can input right this second, which means we need to work on the Alum Shader some more. So, boop. So I already have the second layer displacement ready to go. So now, what we need to do is just copy all of that, bring it down here, and connect it up. Okay, so now we will continue to use, actually no, this gets swapped out. So, diffuse color and specular color, let's grab those first. Alright, and this I'm going to want to be 1, 1, 1. And this is going to want to be 1, 1, 1. Actually, I'm wondering if I should do 0.5 or something like that. I don't know. It's just, you know, having this, you know, little ball. At any rate, now we need to get the second layer specular. And we'll grab the diffuse while we're here. Okay, let's grab the normals. So I'm going to assume, since it was not actually given to me, that the emissive and the opacity is going to be different, the same. Because I'm not seeing like a blend opacity and emissive. All right, there's definitely a blend opacity. Now there you go, blend to glossiness, which we will start out at max. Actually, no, it probably needs to be 0, now that I think about it. Same with the other one. I used to default it to that, but it turns out, you know, no. Yeah, that's a better default material. Alright, there we go. That should reduce some issues. Alright, so now I think... yeah, that should be everything. Other than the blend map and the detail maps, which we are going to get to not now. So, blend map, blend factor. Blend mask tiling. Wear dirt blend factor. Wear dirt blend fall off. Blend fall off. These are all things we're going to need. So blend, 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 blend and blend. Alright, so there's a lot to kind of unpack here, so to speak. So let's start with the very beginning. Texture coordinates. We need to tile this. Multiply it by that tiling. And now we can plug that into our UVs for our blend map. So now we have the blend fall off. Okay. Oh no, not multiply. Power. No, God. No. Power. There we go. Which means that the blend fall off probably needs to be 1. Near as I can tell, power is the closest analog. And now, blend factor. Blend factor is actually going to be useful mostly for scaling up or down what comes out of power. Now, where dirt blend fall off and where dirt blend factor, this is where we're going to do another power and multiply. Yep. The question is, where does this come in? Now, I suppose what we could do, you know, where dirt blend, where does dirt come in on this? I mean, I feel like it should. I'm just not sure how. I don't know, maybe it's another factor that we put on there. And anyway, blend material ooh, decal. Ooh. Could I? Maybe. You know what I really need? Just a simple material lerp. Standard. Blend all attributes of 2 materials. There we go. So, the bottom, or base material. And then the top material. And then that gets put into there. But only if we have a blend layer. So, another switch. Another switch. This one's going to cross the streams a bit. Plug that in. So, what goes in there? I don't have a dirt color or anything I can apply to this. Alright, well, let's apply. And save. Come out here. Add the blend layers. That's looking good. Alright. Let's start doing this. And it looks like the second layer is mostly regular DNLA kind of stuff. Oh, actually the first layer does have to be B. And second layer is in the wrong. No, that's right. Texture slot 3A. Oh, okay. We're doing that as a mask? No, it's linear grayscale. Why are these? Who could ask for anything more? Yeah. Virtual normal. Virtual color. Virtual color. That's all correct. Ooh, yeah. And those have to be virtual masks. I suppose it should actually be that. Apply, save, save. All right, so I'm guessing diffuse. Yep, just regulars. Oh, there's no. Slot, displacement. Oh, there it is, way down there. And now for the blend. Alright. Masks, save, close. That's all good. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So where is it? Oh, there's some. So, okay, it's not that internal stuff. That's good to know. Unfortunately, that means that... Oh yeah, there's some. Cool. Unfortunately, that means that this stuff is using the trim. Why else would that be having material problems? Although I have had material problems before, so... Alright, so we got the internal damage done. That's good to know. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, we got all the textures done, but then we didn't do the properties. So, let's see. 1.1 for a blend. Oh, blend fall off is 3. Oh, you know what? I realized something just now. We gotta take all this and push it back. And then clamp. Give him the clamp! So now if the blend fall off goes up. Yep, that's good. And let's take fall off, give it a minimum of 0 and a maximum of 1,000. We'll do 100. Blend factor, minimum 0, maximum 100. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Blend layer 2. These public parameters don't look like they're in the right order. Blend fall off. Blend layer 2 tiling. Yeah. But what about the colors? Oh, yeah, there we go. I forgot to do that one. Stupid me. There we go. Alright, blend factor. That's a weird dirt. Blend layer 2 tiling is 1. Palm displacement, yep. Blend mask tiling, 1. Blend layer diffuse is 1. Self-shadowing is 5. Layer glossiness is 255. Height. And this needs to be 1.1. Alright, there we go. You see? Now that is ready. Now it is 5 o'clock. Yeah, it's whatever's going on with this. But at least I found a location for this. So. Alright, so the next material is just straight up internal damage. Hey, that guy. Yep. Alright, fix up the redirectors. Interesting that internal damage B shows up before internal damage. I'm just going to duplicate the other one, because why not? Oh. A lot more. I just had a thought. Please tell me it's not so. Okay, good. It looks like this does not have an alpha, so this is not going to be opacity based. Alright, so. Oh, this is actually completely different textures. Alright. Exterior greebles. Ancient Greeble B2. Oh, yeah, right there. That's it. Yeah, we're getting a good kind of view from right here. Alright, so that's B2 diff. Some of these have offsets, and I'm not sure how I want to deal with that, because what does offset U1 mean? Are you just offsetting it like 1 unit? How many units are there total? It's definitely not a percentage. Or is it? Because 1 would equal 100, which means you're just offsetting it completely by 1 whole UV unit. And that doesn't make sense. Because that would just loop it back around. I don't get how that works. So, alright, O2. Ancient Greeble O2. Yep. And a gloss. Oh, you know what? Let's double check all the top settings first. Normal map, specular map, blend mirror, parallax occlusion, diffuse, yes, the oh, the specular channel is actually different, so let me update that. Alright, emissive, nope, opacity, yep, okay, all the rest is just fine. So now we're back to textures. Okay, we did slot 2. Wait, what? Oh, I did it again. Slot 2, B, and B, gloss map. There we go. Because the other one needs that. Okay. Yeah, this is giving us like a nice wide swath of it. Alright, displacement. Oh, no, specular's next. Moving it ahead. We want 2 or we want B? B specular. You sunk my battleship. And since I have specular right here, I'm just going to swap the other one. Alright. And O2 displacement. Oh, this one needs to be. This image needs to be swapped out to a linear grayscale. All right, O2B displacement. Oh, are they both the same? Yep, they are both the same displacements. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's healthy. There. Now it's got the right displacement now. Alright, and next up is diffuse, and we are using just O2. Alright. That's this guy. Alright. That just leaves the blend. O2B. Blend. Boop. Well, that needs to be a virtual mask. Okay, there we go. So now it's just, you know, setting the right settings. I still gotta get the weird dirt blend fall off in there. I just don't know where to put it. Tiling. Palm displacement, 0.05. Alpha cutoff, blend mask, diffuse layer. Yep, that's perfect. Self shadow strength is 3. That's 255, that's 0.7, and that's a blend factor of 3. Alright, there we go. This material is done. Did we find some more of it out here? No? Alright. Okay, so there's definitely like a cover or something that needs to go over this. But that's definitely the material I saw on the inside. And that would explain why I couldn't find, that little bit. So I'm actually going to back up, go to ships, Aegis, Javelin, exteriors, and take another look. Now, you think it would be inside the Javelin itself, but it wasn't. Or maybe it is and it just didn't export correctly. What else isn't exporting correctly? I mean, there is also some of these damaged props, but, I'm not sure I need them. A lot of them look like they're interior stuff. Well, there are some exteriors. And then whatever DMG, supposedly damaged states? Maybe? But at any rate, I'm going to have to go digging and see if I can't find the external model. That probably has the clamps and everything, but that would explain why this looks like it's so far down and should be like a little bit farther up. So if I come down here and set this to not be nanite, yeah, that's looking correct. But yeah, I'm gonna have to go through and figure out what materials use decals, and then strip them from the model and re-import them as separate models that are not nanite based. So there should be a nose prong. Am I just not seeing it? No, neck, nose, prong left. Okay, so whatever nose prong, the nose prong models, they're in here, but I think not all of it is converting for some reason. I'm going to have to go digging into that later. Unless there's something else in there. I don't know. But it's interesting that it's doing that to both of them. Yeah, it does just kind of feel like these models just kind of end. I mean, you can even see right where they end, and that's not right. No, they should keep going. So, what's going on there? And, for internal stuff, that's probably okay for it to not to do all that. So, alright. Let's make sure I'm saving all. Good. Alright, so we got the internal damage. Let's look for more Loom Shaders. Yeah, okay, this is another one. Greeble. Alright, fix up redirectors. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, we'll set this up so it's using the right material. So, shader. Save. Close. And just so we can, you know, see which one it is, let's turn up the, because that's actually a really helpful little feature. So, what is shiny? What is 100% reflective? Body. Bridge. Bridge has greebles. Greeble. Hello. Hello, Mr. Greeble. How are you doing today? I hope you are smelling like flowers. Because I want to eat you. It's kind of Greeble-ish. Oh yeah, that's absolutely the Greeble. So we will use this as our reference. Actually, is there one on the other side that has, like, writing? Yeah, kinda. Not really. So we'll just use these. That's fine. Alright. Ooh. It has a glow value? But it doesn't have the glow string mask. So, ignore. No, I think glowing is going to be something I do on a completely different setup. But this one does actually have the detail map. Yeah, it's got detail mapping. So, huzzah! I was just now noticing monitor looked crooked. And of course the monitor holds the camera, so that was looking crooked too. So, samples white as linear grayscale. Oh, we've got the problem with our defaults, huh? Ha 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 ha! You think I'm the great man? I'm not. Alright, sample 3A. Why is 3A doing white when it should be doing white grayscale? Save. Let's double check that the other one's doing it. Yeah, that one's doing it just fine. Apply. Save the shader. Alright, so now we have to get into detail mapping. We will start, however, by getting just the default informations we need. There's a normal map and a specular map. There is not a blend map. No vertex. There is parallax occlusion. And so let's come in here and start setting up some of these variables. Yep. Okay, that's all good. Opacity is perfectly fine. Yep. And now shininess here is 226. So So, not as shiny as we usually are. And I think because we put black into our specular setup as the default. We're doing a virtual color, so set white there, and we're going to set white there. Apply. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's just, you know. So 226. That's a nice reflection. Okay, so we have, yep, 1, 2, 4, 6. And 8. But we don't have 6 yet. So, we will have to work on that. Meanwhile, let's get these set up. Alright, so we are going spaceships, ships, and now a new folder. RSI. Forward Space Industries. Textures. Exterior. No. I can spell. There we go. Yeah, you can't see that, but it bugged me. Alright, material. Metal. Not material. Metal. Alright, so now let's jump into ships. RS. Oh, wait. No, I need to go to my extracted folders. Alright. Data. There we go. Objects, spaceships, ships, RSI, textures, exterior, metal. Sort by type. Grab all the textures. Huh. Oh, okay. Convert to virtual texture. Apply. Apply. Save. Alright, so we'll start with diff. Alright. DNLA. Alright, that's pretty good. But what's going on here? Oh, it's probably just so small. Alright, spec. Yeah, I changed the specular color and suddenly it looks perfect. Alright, and now displacement. That needs to be set to a mask. Oh no, that needs to be set to grayscale. Non-linear. There we go. Alright. Palm displacement is 0.05. Self-shadow strength and height bias. Height bias is fine. Okay, so the rest of it has to do with the details. So, let's get this in here. We'll grab them both, actually. So, there is actually a very specific function we need to create that handles all this. The good news is it's relatively simple to make. So let's just come over here. We'll go to Materials, Masters, Utilities. No, not new folder. New material function. Material function. Split detail map. Split detail map. Okay, so here's our function. I want to get like a real detail map in here though. So what's the one they want me to use? Alright. Textures. Unified details. Just unified detail. Metal. Textures. Unified detail. Metal. Sort by type. Select, import. Okay, they're going to want Painted Metal 1, UDM. Yep. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab that, and I'm going to toss that into here. And this will just be my, little test. So, first of all, convert to texture object. Now input texture 2D. We'll preview it to that. Sample, texture sample. And now we need some more inputs. Let's see. Detail map. Tile U. And this will be a scalar input. I'll set that to 5. Why the hell not? And now that one will be tile V. Append vector. Control, scale, good enough. So that's the UVs, that's the texture. So now we have to split this up. This is actually going to come out in multiple functions. So let's start with normal. Diffuse. And I think it's specular. I'm trying to remember if that's true or not. At any rate. Append. And now, I don't know why this makes a difference, but this does. So now that's the normal map. So that's been settled. I believe this is diffuse. And that's specular. And my headset's letting me know that it's time to charge. I actually really built a really nice one of these in my other Unreal Engine setup. I think I'll load that up real quick. If nothing else, I want to refer to it. So we definitely need to put the other options in here. So we need more inputs. This will be detail. You know what? Let's just come over here. And yeah. Just copy this, and for right now, just until I can get these in here. Apply, save. Yeah, I know, you're not happy. I've used you way too much. And now you're low on power. And I tell you this, my screen is completely covered in windows. I couldn't see if somebody was chatting to me at all. But they weren't. I just checked. Alright, so we got our detail diffuse scale. We're also going to need detail bump scale. And it is gloss, not specular. So I was wrong. That needs to be gloss. So now I don't need those anymore. Diffuse scale. Set that to 10. Gloss scale. 11. Not 114. And this will be 12. Okay, so what we can do now is just kind of move this down this way. Grab this. Yeah, we'll just use the defaults here. That's perfectly fine. And we can multiply this by that scalar. Move that in there. And this will now modify the normals we're getting from here in and progressively scale that up. So we need to do the same thing here. We multiply the diffuse by our diffuse normal. Yep, wrong one. Alright, so there we go. Apply, save. Now I think I probably didn't need this other one. Oh, okay, that's fine. All right. So, no, actually, it looks like this is a slightly improved version over the other one. The other one did not have these inputs, and tried to do the the Boolean in here. We're just bypassing that. I mean, well, actually, having the Boolean as an input wouldn't be a bad idea. And it would make things a lot easier. So we're going to take all this. We're going to extend it out. Probably not that far, but that's good enough. So we need another input. We're going to put this at 20. And this will be... I want to use the same naming. Or at least similar. So this is going to be has detail mapping. And the input's going to be a static Boolean. We'll have a default here. So I need a static bool. And we're going to say the default's yes. Because if you're using this function, I'm going to assume that you need it. Unless you tell me otherwise. So. Scalar. Yeah, that's alright. Why is this now... Start previewing. No, that's... Yeah, I'm seeing stuff. Okay. Start previewing that. Yeah, that's all good. Go back to previewing that. So, almost without fail, all of these are going to be, you know... Okay, yeah, I need to do that. Append many. And we are going to output that as an RGBA. So the reason we're doing this is because our whole production line is designed to use RGBA for the diffuse color. So I want to make sure that we're actually doing that. Alright, so this one's going to be another true statement. And if it's false, it's just going to be white, or yes. And the reason we're doing this is because almost all of these, without fail, are going to be multiplied upon the originals. The exception, of course, being this guy, the normal. So let me just come here. True. False is going to be that, and that goes up there. So this is it. This is our, split detail map function. It's a little bigger than I was thinking originally, but you know what? Good enough. Oh, I just realized I forgot something. One of the most important aspects. We gotta expose it to the library. What does that mean? Well, it means that I can come in here. I'm gonna come up here and go split detail map. I don't have to come over here and drag it into here, which is what I'd have to do if I hadn't done that. But now I can just plug these values in. Diffuse scale, bump scale, gloss scale, and then has detail mapping. I just plug in that. So now I have these values coming out. So I can now take these out to where I need them. So here's actually where I'm going to need my combine normals function. So combine those normals with those normals to create these normals. Actually, yeah. So even in the case where there are no normals, and you do have a detail map, this is actually going to take the normal and still put it out there, but it's still the same blank normal. So we should be good. So now for glossiness. Now, if you know, we're just going to keep going on this path. Multiply. So, yeah, if you're not getting past here, you're, just still getting the details, even if you're, not getting anything else. So, now the diffuse. This is one where I think I'm actually going to reroute things. Might reroute this one too a little bit. There we go. That's better. Alright, so now we come down here, split delta map, or detail map, plug that in, the U, the V, dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 boom, boom, boom. And now we do the same thing. Create a multiplier, pull that back. Here, I think I'm actually going to go up. Ah. Multiply. We'll reroute. Plug that in. Bring that down. And now combine. Oh, I'm going to have to do that one too at some point. The nice part about combined normals is it doesn't matter what order it's in, because it treats them both the same. Alright, there we go. Apply. Save. And now it's going to compile. I'm actually going to close the other one because I don't need that anymore. But as you can see, the greebles are doing their best. Clearly, they wanted that to be really large. Alright, so now we have detail mapping. Let's enable that. Okay. Alright, so in this particular instance, actually, you know what? I am actually going to come in here and I'm going to change this. Because that actually needs to, you know, be something like that. Otherwise, it's just going to have problems. And let's see. Bulk edit. You are all masks. Alright. Are you guys not virtual? Yeah, they're not. How are you guys not virtual? Convert to virtual texture. That's weird. There's a limit on that. That was interesting. Oh, you know what? I just realized I think I built this not as a virtual color. No, virtual mask. Alright, there we go. Alright, so RSI. Oh, no, wait. Yep, okay. There we go. Painted metal trim UDM. Okay, those all have to be changed up. I think the defaults are like 5. But we could also just do 1. Last thing we want is zeros. And this is the song that's going to rock us out to the end. Alright. Alright, well I'm definitely seeing it, so. Alright, diffuse scale is going to be 0. Ooh. Is it added? I think I have this wrong. And I'm going to have to look it up on the other side. I'm going to look it up on my other Unreal Engine. But I got to figure out why it's, doing this. So, more than likely it's because it's, saying, oh, okay, well, let's scale it down. But then it doesn't do anything on that. So, what we really have to do is probably use it as a lerp. Yes, a lerp! That'll be it. That's it, that's it, that's it. I think that's just a Loom Shader based, isn't it? Yeah. Or maybe it's not a multiply here, and is instead a lerp. Between what and what? Probably a 1. But, we'll just come in here. We'll start putting in the correct values. Detail bump. Scale. It's going to be that. And detail gloss scale is that. I don't know why I'm seeing polygons in here. Alright, there we go. This is as close to done as we can get it. And for some reason, it's really dark. Some of that was actually in here, wasn't it? Yeah, right there. So, whatever's causing the brightness issue That's what, you know, the issue is. So. So once I solve that, that will be fixed. And this is where we're at. We actually did quite a bit. Got quite a bit figured out. I'm definitely going to have to do the separating as we go along, because I want as much of this to be nanite as possible. And since nanite currently does not support masked textures, a lot of CryEngine uses masks. I'm also going to have to go a little bit digging, see where the cover for this, you know, this whole nose cone section is. But that's going to end things for tonight. Thank you all for joining me. This has been a lot of fun. I'll see you next time.